I Everybody hear me? All right. Morning, everybody. We're getting a little slow start here on our first ever pickle pie event. We've got a few things to go through, and we're going to get you on a couple of instructional videos to get you started. So we're going to be back in a few, but let's watch a couple of videos and then we'll get back to it.
Hello and welcome to Pickle Pie's Snow Date online event. I'm Lisa Archer, designer and owner of Pickle Pie Designs. Thank you for spending the day with me today as you learn to stitch your own Snow Date table runner. I hope you've had a chance to open up your Pickle Pie embroidery event box with all of the goodies inside. Now, included in your box are all the fabrics that you need for this event to make an extra large table runner. If you don't have an extra large hoop, that's fine. Your fabrics will be just a little bigger and you'll have to cut them down a little more, but you'll be left with some scraps at the end. Let me share the project. So this is our Snow Date quilted embroidered quilt table runner. And let me get a little more close so you can see the detail. You have a sashing block included with those beautiful heart snowflakes. You have three full-size blocks. You're going to stitch 2 of them today for your table runner, but you have 3 blocks from which to choose. And you also have this darling little second block. This is the snowball block. Sashing block. So we will show you how to stitch them out, how to combine them, put them all together, and make your finished project. You'll learn how to stitch the blocks, attach them together, and complete the back sashing strips on your quilt, which will cover the seams. We'll also show you how to bind the quilt. So if you're new to quilting, we've got you covered. You may not have time to finish all of the quilt blocks during the online event, so we'll leave the instructional videos posted here so you can refer back to them at any time. Throughout the day, feel free to post comments or questions on this Facebook group. I'd also love to see pictures of your table runner in the making and also any other Pickle Pie Designs projects that you want to show off. We're going to do extra door prizes for those who post pictures and videos, so don't be shy. During your lunch break, be sure to tune in here for a Pickle Pie Designs Facebook Live trunk show, and I'll show you all of the other beautiful projects you can make with Pickle Pie Designs. We'll also be announcing the event specials that you won't want to miss, including amazing bonuses when you sign up for Pickle Pie's exclusive Hoop Envy Club. I hope you enjoyed today's event. Let's go ahead and get started.
In this tutorial, you'll learn how to make your first sashing block. You'll need a total of 3 sashing blocks for your table runner. In this tutorial, we're going to show you how to do the snowball sashing block. Choose whether you'd like to have satin style blocks or raw edge style blocks. The difference is in the appliques. Obviously with satin style you're going to get a nice beautiful satin stitch around the appliques, and with raw edge you'll have more of a frayed look. This tutorial will show you how to stitch the satin style blocks. If you choose to make the raw edge blocks, the steps will differ slightly as noted in the instructions. Let's go ahead and get started. Step 1. Hoop a piece of stabilizer, and using thread to match fabric A/S, you're going to sew stitch sequence 1 directly on the stabilizer to create a placement line for the batting. In step 2, you'll center your piece of batting over the placement line. You can go ahead and tape that in place if you'd like, and then sew stitch sequence 2 to create a cutting line on the batting. Step 3. Remove the hoop from your machine and using Pickle Pie's 4-inch duckbill applique scissors, trim off the batting outside of that cutting line. This is going to lessen the bulk in the final seam of your quilt. Step 4. Center fabric AS right side up over the batting and tape it in place. Put the hoop back on your machine and sew stitch sequence 3 to tack down the fabric. Step 5. Change to white thread. Sew stitch sequence 4 to stitch placement lines for fabric BS. After the stitches, you may want to cut inside those placement lines to take the red fabric out so your white fabric won't shadow through. Step 6. Center fabric BS right side up over the placement lines and tape it in place. Sew stitch sequence 5 to stitch cutting lines. Step 7. Remove the hoop from your machine. Using Pickle Pie's machine embroidery scissors, trim around the outside of the cutting lines, getting as close as you can to the lines of stitches without cutting through them. Step 8. Sew stitch sequence 6 to stitch zigzags on fabric BS. Step 9. Sew stitch sequence 7 to sew satin stitches on fabric BS. Step 10. Change to orange thread and then sew stitch sequence 8 to stitch the little carrot noses. Step 11. Change to gray or black thread and then sew stitch sequence 9 to stitch the eyes and mouths. Step 12. Change to blue thread, then sew stitch sequence 10 to stitch the bows. Step 13. Change your bobbin thread to match fabric CS. Then remove the hoop from your machine and turn it over to the back. You'll center fabric CS over the project right side up. Tape it in place really well so it doesn't shift when you put the hoop back on your machine. Step 14. Put the hoop back on your machine and then sew stitch sequence 11 to tack down the fabric. Step 15. Sew stitch sequence 12 to sew the quilting stitches. Sew the final stitch sequence to stitch registration arrows around your block. These arrows will help you later when you piece your blocks together. Step 17. Remove the project from the hoop and remove all of the tape. Square up your block, trimming it to the original design size listed on page 14 of your instructions. You'll need a total of 3 sashing blocks for your complete table runner. You may do these after the event if you'd like, and feel free to mix and match. You don't have to choose 3 of the snowball sashing blocks or 3 of the snowflakes. You can mix and match to make your own fun look.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm a little scatterbrained this morning, but I hope you enjoyed the first 2 videos. We're going to start the sashing block, which there are 3 of in the project. if we can get to my other camera, I will show you the sample that I made. And we can choose which sashing blocks we want to use. Do we want to use the snowflakes? Do we want to use the snowmen? You can use any combination you want. We're going to move over to the cutting table. Okay, here's your kit. I have, of course, anybody knows me knows I'm using a magnetic hoop. I already have no show mesh cut. And we are looking for our sashing blocks, which are here. You can start it. Our sashing blocks, we need to make sure you have the correct design loaded on your machine, which we're going to just switch to the other camera. Okay, now that we're at the other machine, now we're back at the machine. On the screen, we're going to look for, under satin style designs, we're going to look for the sashing blocks. Here's the large, we're looking for I'm doing the medium size, but here's the extra large. There's the large, and there's the medium sashing of the snow people. That's the first one that I'm going to do. So we're going to select that, get that up on our screen, get it set, and get it ready to go. There's a little delay in what I'm seeing and what you're hearing, so bear with me. We're getting through this. This is going to take a little bit. We have 3 of these that we need to make. So we need to make either 2 of these, or if we go back and we go back to the USB stick, here are the other 2, the other designs that are available. So at this point, I'm going to hoop mine, and I'm going to start it. So that way I can kind of just follow along little by little, or you can follow along with me. So let's get started. All right. I got my design loaded. I've got embroidery. And the first thing it's going to do is a placement line. So let's get it. Didn't think to get it threaded ahead of time. I know. I'm running behind as usual. All right. All right. Let's stitch out our first placement stitch. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to place our batting over top. And I wish we could fast forward through some of this, but if you all are doing this at home with me, you'll understand. Now we're going to do our second. We placed our batting on the stabilizer. Now we're going to do our second stitch. Then we're going to trim the batting. And of course, we're going to use Pickle Pie's wonderful new tools. We have the Pickle Pie duck bill scissors, and we have the Pickle Pie embroidery, double curved embroidery scissors. They're going to be on our website today, and they're also, for the next 24 hours, there'll be a coupon code, which is Pickle, so you get an extra 10% off your order. So at this point, I think we're going to take a break. You guys stitch out, and we'll come back in a little bit and see what we've gotten done. Have any in progress information? Let me know, and we'll go from there. It just shows blank spot for them to stitch their first sashing block. I'll come back in a minute. Let me get mine trimmed and yeah. No, not at the moment. How's everybody doing? I'll show you what I'm working on right at the moment and see if you are at the same spot. I'm getting ready to do the snowman's faces, which will move the other camera over here so we can take a look. Whoa, I dropped it. Okay, I guess we're going to come back to that one in just a second. I dropped the camera. Okay, but the snowman faces, I forgot to mention in the beginning that there are different kits, go back to my other screen here. There I am. Okay, can everybody hear me? I just got an a mute notice. Let's see. Each one of the sashing blocks has a different kit for it. The snowman sashing block has a white piece of fabric. The other two are the feathered designs. So I guess unless you have extra white fabric at the house. Oh, there are two of each. So I have, nope, I do not. I'm sorry. So we're going to do two feathered blocks and one snowman block, just like my example, which we'll go back to. Let's see if this works. So you can see the middle block is the snow people, and the left and right blocks are their feathers with snowflakes. So that will be our other two blocks. But for the moment, I want to know how we're just want to check in and make sure to see everybody was keeping up. I'm getting ready to stitch around my snowman's faces. Oh, okay, looks like we're done. All right. So you can use any color you want. I used gray around the first one. I'm just going to continue to use white to go around the snowman on this one. I'm trying to keep up with different cameras and what's going on, so bear with me. We're doing this together. I hope everybody's having a good time. This is a fun project to do. Also, this is the first time using the pickle pie scissors, and I really like them. They're very sharp, and they're a 4-inch duckbill, so for cutting around the applicator, they have been very helpful. We also are going to do some giveaways here in a little bit, and we have some other interesting staff products. But I want everybody to get this block finished, then we'll come back in a few, and then we'll start on the other two section blocks. So we're going to go take a timeout break until you give you time to finish this one. We'll be back in a few. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. I wanted to see how everybody's doing. And also, as you can see scrolling across the bottom of your screen right now, is my cell phone number. I want you to text me with questions. Please include your name so I know who you are when you text. Um, we're also going to do some giveaways this way. We're going to play a few games here in a little bit with it and see how it works since I can't see live chats on my end. So I figured this is the way to do this. Let's give it a shot. Well, let's switch back over to my other camera here and let's see how far, see where I am on the block and see if how well you guys are doing. So now, as you can see, I'm finishing up the black faces on the snow people. Um, Now, each one of the, you can be creative as you like with this, each one of the bows on the snow people is, right now, they're listed as all one color. You can do them all one color, or you can be a little creative like I was with the first one I did, and I changed the colors. Flip around here and I'll show you what I did. The first one I did was and I changed the colors. Hard to do this backwards. Okay. I changed the colors of the bows. So the boys were green and the girls were pink. We can get creative however you like with these. Be creative, have some fun. And then we're going to go back to our little timeout screen, give it for a few. And the next thing we do, we will be working on the feathered block. So off we go again for a few more minutes, and we'll be back. You put up another timer video, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. Put up another timer video. That works. Okay. Now let's see. Everybody back with me now? Just going to take a few minute break here while we're stitching along. I know a lot of you are at a lot of different places. My first action block just finished. So here it is, as you can see right at the moment. It's just a matter of setting it, taking it out of the hoop, setting aside, and we'll do some trimming later. The next thing we need to do is going to be two of the other blocks, which I'm going to have them running and on the screen, just like we did the last one. But I have an interesting giveaway. This is probably the most bizarre embroidery design I have ever seen. So I think we need to, I'm going to show you the design, explain it a little, and then we're going to do a trivia question to see who wins it. All right, this one is called Hot Flash Hottie. It is a mug rug and handle cover that is all different musclehead men with different sayings from the mud rugs. The first one says, "Babe, I could watch you sew all day long." And there's 6 different ones on the back. Now, anybody interested in winning this only design that we have, this is the only one of these, be the first one to text me what year Tops was started. Okay, here we go. I see it's coming across the bottom of the screen now. Let's see what response we've got. Nope, nothing yet. Okay. We'll see what happens. All right. So I'm going to take the hoop off the machine and load up the next one, and we will keep it running. We're just going to let this run basically through lunch, so that way everybody has time to catch up. So I'll do both of my blocks while you're watching in the background. All right, so off we go, and we're going to go back to the sewing machine camera. Thank you. It brought me sitting there. I see that now. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We've got to figure out what camera I'm using. Oh, that one. There we go. Now I get to see everybody. Okay. Something that was pointed out a few minutes ago by one of you is that on each one of these sashing blocks, step number 13 tells you to put the fabric piece on the back, and they have a different technique for backing and binding than most of us use. We're going to learn their technique, although I'm going to be honest, I didn't use it. So let me show you what I did. I chose to make a solid backing for it. I cut 3 pieces of batting to go in between the seams and then sewed a solid backing on it. And then, of course, you know me, because I don't sew well, Melba did the binding. So this makes it another way to do this. Although we're going to learn how to attach the sashing blocks later. This technique with the arrows is really good. So, all right, next thing. I think we need to give something away. And we have interesting questions to do that with. I'm watching me with the delay on another screen, so it's a little distracting. All right. We're going to give away Pickle Pie crossbody bag kits. I don't know if a lot of people have already done them. Some of them have not. They make a fully lined crossbody purse that you can modify. You can put a pocket on the front. You can add another zipper and an extra pocket. There's tons of ways to modify it. They are great designs as a base and great designs for modifying and using later on. If I can get a picture of one I did up in a little bit, I'll do that. But the question for this giveaway, we're going to give away 2 of them. So the first 2 people who respond to what is Greg, our illustrious leader, what is his favorite Star Wars character? So what is Greg's favorite Star Wars character? And the first 2 get crossbody bags. Okay. I don't know how far everybody's gotten. A few of you are keeping up with me via text. I think it's great. We're having a good time. The next 2 videos, one of them is the scissors demo, which is the video coming up now. Like I said, it's my first time using the scissors. They are extremely sharp, and they have an extremely nice, it's not a rubber coating. The metal is actually coated with, I'm not quite sure, latex, plastic, something, but it really makes them easy to hold. So we're going to see a video on those, and then we're going to see a video on the first actual quilt blocks that we're going to do, and then we will do one together. So now we're going to turn you over to video, I'm lost, the scissors demo video. All right, so here we go. Thanks.
Short video, I'm going to demonstrate our best-selling Pickle Pie scissors for machine embroidery. Okay, I want to show you our duckbill applique scissors because they are really great for trimming out the batting in the hoop. Now I have an example here. Of course, your project at this stage would stay in the hoop. You can take the hoop off of your machine, but be sure not to take the hoop or the project out of the hoop. Okay, so in this step, You have tacked down the batting, and now the step is telling you to trim the batting around the outside of the cutting line. What I really love about these scissors is that duckbill shape. When you put it under the batting here, it helps lift that batting up so that this blade can get as close to the stitch line as possible. Another nice feature of our scissors is this pretty pink handle. The handle is actually purposeful. It's a surgical grade coating, and it helps make the scissors non-slip and anti-fatigue. So if you're doing a lot of cutting, you're going to be making you're going to be doing this cutting 5 times. This cushioning will really help you. So let me go ahead and show you. You want to start by lifting your batting and starting the cut. Now as I go, that duckbill under here is helping to keep that batting raised up. You still want to have a hold on it with your other hand. But you'll go ahead and go around, trim around the cutting line, and you'll see when I pull that out how nice and close I got to that edge of stitches. You do want to make sure you get as much batting out of there so that you don't have extra bulk in your seam. So our duckbill applique scissors by Pickle Pie Designs will help you with that. Okay, it's time to cut the applique shapes out. And I definitely recommend Pickle Pie's machine embroidery scissors. These have that same really nice pink coating on them that makes them non-slip and anti-fatigue, but it also has a curve in the handle and then a curve on the blade. The handle curve helps you get over the edge of the embroidery hoop. If you have appliques that are close to the edge, they're going to be that much more difficult to trim out, but that curve in the handle helps with that. And then the curve around the blades helps you get around tight corners. They're razor sharp blades, and they're such good sellers for us because they really are amazing scissors. So let me go ahead and show you how to trim out the applique. First of all, I would go ahead and just trim between the two appliques. That's going to make it easier to work with. And then you'll trim up there when you're up there trimming, getting ready to cut. Okay, so you just move your way in towards the applique, and I would go ahead and lift with this hand while trimming with this hand. And you can get right around those tight curves with these scissors. Okay, so you'll see this beautiful, neat cut that I got around that line of stitches. You really do want a nice, neat cut, because when your satin stitch comes down and lays across those stitches, if you have any bits of fabric that are extending beyond this cutting line, those bits of fabric are going to be poking out from your satin stitch, and they'll live there forever. So it's worth the time to go ahead and do your best trimming at this point, and the machine embroidery scissors help you do just that.
In this tutorial, you'll learn to make a full-size quilt block. You'll stitch 2 blocks for your table runner. You can choose from block 1, block 2, or block 3. Choose whether you'd like to have satin style blocks or raw edge style blocks. The difference is in the appliques. Obviously with satin style you're going to get a nice beautiful satin stitch around the appliques, and with raw edge you'll have more of a frayed look. This tutorial will show you how to stitch the satin style blocks. If you choose to make the raw edge blocks, the steps will differ slightly as noted in the instructions. Let's go ahead and get started. Step 1. Hoop a piece of stabilizer. Using thread to match fabric A, sew stitch sequence 1 directly on the stabilizer to create a placement line for the batting. Step 2.
Center your batting over the placement line and tape it in place. Sew stitch sequence 2 to create a cutting line on the batting. Remove the hoop from your machine. Use Pickle Pie Designs duckbill applique scissors to trim the batting off outside of the cutting line. You want to get that batting out so that it reduces the bulk in the final seam. Center fabric A right side up over the batting, tape in place, and then put the hoop back on your machine to sew stitch sequence 3, which will tack down the fabric and create cutting lines. Using Pickle Pie's 4-inch duckbill applique scissors, trim off the fabric outside of the cutting line on fabric A. Be sure not to cut any of the batting during this step. Step 6. Change to white thread, and then sew stitch sequence 4 to stitch a placement line for fabric B. Note that your placement line position may differ slightly from what's shown in the photograph, and that depends on which block you've chosen to stitch, but this step applies to all 3 blocks. Step 7. Trim the fabric from inside those placement lines so that the blue fabric doesn't shadow through the white that you'll be adding next. Step 8. Center fabric B over the placement line right side up and tape it in place. Sew stitch sequence 5 to stitch the cutting lines, and the blocks you choose might also stitch swirls in that same stitch sequence. Step 10. Sew stitch sequence 6 to stitch a zigzag around fabric B. Step 11. Sew stitch sequence 7 to stitch the satin stitch around fabric B. Step 12. Change to orange thread and then sew stitch sequence 8 to stitch the carrot noses. Step 13. Change to gray or black thread and then sew stitch sequence 9 to stitch the eyes and mouths, and if your block includes them, the buttons. Change to red thread and then sew stitch sequence 10 to stitch the bows. Step 15. Change your thread to match fabric C. With the fabric right side down, center fabric C below the upper left diagonal stitch line of fabric A as shown. You'll then sew stitch sequence 11 to tack down the fabric. Step 16. Flip fabric C up and over that tack down line so it's now right side up as shown. Finger press the seam well and then tape down the raw edges. Next, you'll sew stitch sequence 12, which will tack down the fabric. Step 17. With fabric right side down, center fabric D below the upper right diagonal stitch line on fabric A. Go ahead and sew stitch sequence 13 to tack down the fabric. Step 18. Flip fabric D up and over the tack down line so it is right side up. Finger press the seam well and then tape down the raw edges. Go ahead and sew stitch sequence 14 to tack down the fabric. Step 19. With the fabric right side down, center fabric E above the lower right diagonal stitch line of fabric A. Go ahead and sew stitch sequence 15 to tack down the fabric. Step 20. Flip fabric E over the tack down line so it is now right side up. Finger press the seam well and tape down on the raw edges. Go ahead and sew stitch sequence 16 to tack down the fabric. Step 21. With the fabric right side down, center fabric F above the lower left diagonal stitch line of fabric A. Go ahead and sew stitch sequence 17 to tack down the fabric. Step 22. Flip fabric F over the tack down line so it is now right side up. Finger press the seam well, then tape in place along the raw edges. Go ahead and sew stitch sequence 19 to tack down the fabric. Step 23. Remove the hoop from your machine and turn it over to the back. Center fabric G over the project right side up and tape it in place well so it doesn't shift when you put the hoop back on your machine. Be sure to change your bobbin thread to match fabric G. Step 24. Turn the hoop to the front. Place some tape across the corner red fabrics where they overlap to prevent the presser foot from pulling up on the fabric during the next step. The tape should be placed just outside the stitch lines as shown. Step 25. Put the hoop back on your machine and sew stitch sequence 19 to tack down the fabrics. Step 26. Leave the project in the hoop and trim outside the outer stitch line to a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Step 27. Change to white thread and then sew stitch sequence 20 to stitch the corner quilting stitches. Step 28. Change to thread to coordinate with fabric A. Go ahead and sew stitch sequence 21 to stitch the center quilting stitches. Step 29. Sew the final stitch sequence to stitch registration arrows around the block, which will help you later when you piece your blocks together. Steps 30 and 31. Remove the project from the hoop and remove all of the tape. Trim your project to the original block size listed on page 22. You'll need to stitch a total of 2 blocks for your table runner.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We only have one winner for the design. We're still waiting for the correct answer from somebody else on Greg's favorite Star Wars character. So keep trying it. Let's go for this again. The next stop for our event is the 2 blocks that you just saw made on the video. We have to stitch them out ourselves. So hoop your stabilizer, and I'm going to have it live on the Lumineer so we can see it going all the time. If you have questions, text me, let me know. We can always go back, video something, or come in closer and show you whatever you need. I think of what else we got. Oh, nope, another wrong guess on the winner list. Also, remember to check the bottom of the screen. And remember to check out iShopTops.com picklepie.com/sale. We have a lot of interesting products and the pickle pie scissors and snips. And we're going to show you a few other things here in a little bit, but we want to get started on our first block. So let's get the first one done and we'll go on. Like I said, if anybody has any questions, text me, let me know, and we'll can always back up and I can show you anything you need on the video. So let's go to another, more answers. Another pausing video or timer video for a little bit, and let me know when you need it. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, I kind of made a pause here because I'm not sure how many of you have done the flip and fold technique, the flip and sew. So we're going to do that. But as you can see coming up on your screen on the right hand side is a picture of one of the crossbody bags that I did several years ago and added a nautical design on the front. I made the handle to match, and I also made that a pocket in the front. So this is one of the things that you can do with this basic crossbody bag pattern. It's amazing. We've done other ones with extra zipper pocket on the front, but this is one of my favorites. So now I guess we're going to head back over here to the machine for a minute, and I will show you what the flip and fold to do the corners for this block. Okay. When you get this much done, your snowman faces are done, or whatever block you chose. The next step on the screen, you see it in here, get it, is the triangle corner. So we're going to sew from here to here. Let's do this step, and then I'll show you the next step. We're going to put the fabric upside down. Color here. We'll go back to red. I forgot to do that because we want everything to blend in and not show through. So it's going to sew a placement line. Oops, I goofed. Okay, we have to go back a step. That was the actual line. We'll go back a step. We're going to lay the fabric right side down, and we're going to line it up with the existing edge of the triangle. It's a little different than done. It's like this already. Now we're going to stitch that. I don't know how many of you have done this technique before. There's several other companies that do it. It just turns out a really nice finished product. Okay, so now we've sewn down the seam in the corner. We're going to fold the fabric back, all the way back into the top of the hoop. Get it smoothed out nice. Now let's take it out and take a look and make sure we get this done correctly. Finger press, put it back in, and sew out the corner. Let's try and attach it down. Also, for your luminaire owners, if you've upgraded your luminaire, you notice that I've not been putting the foot down, just been touching the green button. There's a new feature in the settings that is auto foot down, so you don't have to put the foot down and then press the green button. So if you have questions about that one, let me know. But now you can see we have a nice finished corner, and the next one is going to be the right corner. So we're going to do the same thing again, while you get the fabric separated. We're going to lay the fabric face down, right along that stitch line. And you want to make sure there's plenty of fabric on either side, because we have to fold it and it's got to finish our block. Stitch it out. And now we're going to do the corner. Seems like everybody had fun with the trivia question. It took a long time to get the answers, and we ended up doing 3 because the last 2 answers came through my phone at exactly the same time. So there'll be more giveaways in a little bit. Not so down this point. And we have some other designs and a few other things to give away later. Bear with us. We're going to continue this all the way around, and you need to make 2 of these blocks. You chose this one. There are 3 different ones that you can choose from. Just make 2 separate ones, and eventually we will get to the cutting and stitching them together. There's going to be some other videos, but right now we are going to go to something that I would like to start eventually here with Tops. It is called the Hoop Envy Club, and we're going to watch a video presentation on that, and then everybody keep going on your blocks and keep me posted. So let's switch over to the Hoop Envy.
We have some great show specials to share with you today. First of all, if you spend $75 or more on Pickle Pie products, you'll get our exclusive Santa trinket trays free. These designs can't be bought in stores, so this is a great chance to get the whole digital design set. Next, I want to share with you Pickle Pie's Hoop Envy Club. You'll get our newest in the hoop embroidery designs months before they're released to anyone else. Here's a peek at some of the upcoming designs. Our mason jar mini pennies are one of my favorite designs. They're darling pin cushions, and they're stitched in a very unique way that Pickle Pie has developed to help you get a 3-dimensional project from the hoop of your embroidery machine. The next set is a little R&R. These fun cold and hot packs can give you a nice soothing, relaxing day. When you join Hoop Envy Club, you'll get each design set on a monthly basis from your dealer. You've Got Mail is another great set. This purse features a top zipper and a cute little front envelope flap that is absolutely usable. Here's how Pickle Pie's Hoop Envy Club works.
You'll treat yourself today, and you're going to receive fabulous In the Hoop design sets each month. When you sign up for the 6-month program, your monthly design sets are valued at $180, and you'll also receive 5 bonus design sets for your first month. That's a total value of $315, and today's price is just $149. You'll receive all of your designs digitally. You'll be emailed the designs, the bonus designs to start, and then each month your dealer will email you the rest of the designs. And don't forget that when you purchase today, you're also going to get that Santa trinket tray set that's worth over $30. Here's a look at what you get for bonus designs when you sign up for the 6-month Hoop Envy Club membership. And if you sign up for 12 months worth of Hoop Envy designs, you're going to get over $175 value bonus designs.
Welcome back again. We're doing another intermission here. I know we have quite a bit of stitching to do to get the blocks done. So we're going to give you some time to do that here in a few minutes. There are a couple of things. We had some interesting questions, so let's address those first. Let's move back over to the sewing machine camera and we'll address that issue. Somebody asked why I didn't trim off the blue fabric underneath the corners. We've done, anybody who knows me knows I get a Sorry guys, I'm kind of lost here at the moment. I haven't come up with another question. We're gonna finish sewing out this block. You see it does a lot of detail work. You need 2 of these and 3 of the sashing blocks to put the whole thing together. But once we get 1 of these done and the sashing block, we will go ahead and join the 2, just so I can show you how it's done live as well as their videos. The next video we have is actually joining the blocks and covering the back seams, which is the way they do it. Let's go to that video and then we'll come back and we'll give away some scissors. So if we can cut to that one, give me just a minute and we will get it switched up.
Once you have all of your blocks and sashing blocks stitched out, you're going to go ahead and lay them out in the order you want them to appear in your table runner. You'll notice on the blocks, the arrows match perfectly to the blocks next to the others. You're going to go ahead and place one sashing piece down, face down over a block, and we're going to go ahead and start attaching the blocks together. To align the arrows, you're going to use a pin and go through one arrow in the center of the block. In the point of the arrow, you'll place the pin, and then you'll simply match it with the point of the arrow on the block underneath. When you push through, you're going to have them perfectly aligned. Go ahead and do that with pins on all of the arrows. And once they're all held together with pins, I like to go ahead and attach wonder clips to hold the pieces together. Now that we have 2 of the blocks clipped together, we're going to add one of the sashing strips that will be on the back of your quilt, and that will hide the open seams. So I'm going to go ahead and just center this and align it with the raw edges and just pull my clips out, reattach them so that that sashing strip gets attached. At that point, you're going to go ahead to your sewing machine and stitch to a 1/4 inch seam allowance. What that is going to do is it's going to hide those arrows. Those stitch arrows are meant to hide in the seam allowance. And it's also going to go ahead and attach this sashing strip on the back of the quilt. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch that and we'll be back. Okay, I've gone ahead and sewn 2 blocks together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Once I'm done with that, I want to press the seams open. You'll continue this with the rest of the blocks for your table runner. Once you have all of your blocks, sashing blocks, and the back sashing strips stitched together, you're going to go ahead and fold those back sashing strips, which should be fabric H. You'll fold those up and over the raw edges on the back, and then you can flip that raw edge underneath. You can go ahead and hand stitch each side down to keep them in place. If you're finding it's a little hard with all the bulk that's in the seam, you can go ahead and trim just inside the seam lines on the back. That gets rid of a lot of extra bulk there, and it'll make it easier to attach your sashing strips, the fabric H pieces. Once all of your back sashing strips have been completed and hand stitched down, you'll want to go ahead and square up your quilt. So that will make nice even edges along the top, bottom, and side, and it will also trim off those, just the excess of that back sashing strip. Okay, once you've completed the squaring up of your blocks, you're going to go ahead and make your binding.
Okay, everybody, how's it going? Is everybody catching up or getting caught up anyway? If you've been watching the screen as you go by, I just started trimming the blocks. I'm trimming 1/4 inch all the way around the outside line. I'm going to go through cutting a couple of these with you. Then we are going to do the trivia. We're going to give away several prizes because we have an interesting question for you. But let's trim a couple of these blocks, including the one I just finished. So we're going to cut over to the sewing table camera. Get this one out of the table. We'll set this one aside. Also, all of you who know me know about the magnetic hoops, but if you don't, we always have the best price on magnetic. Because it's going to take a lot to catch this one up and everybody to get to the same point. So I don't think we're going to get to actually finish it together today, but you'll still have the videos and have access later to watch them again. And if you need be, we will also have the videos available. Oh, let's see what's going on. I gotta check. I know we had some problems with volume earlier. Oh, I got another one that says sound is gone. Anybody else having a problem hearing me? Okay, apparently we just got the sound back up in order. So if there's any other problems with the sound, please text me, let me know. Okay. By the way, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so now let's go to also another great product is the ruler that I'm using. It's Quilter Select. I don't know if any of you have used them yet. It's a Floriani product. The the rulers, I'm sorry, have a non-stick coating on the back. So just light pressure on it and it doesn't slip at all. I'm gonna trim the big one. The next step's obviously going to be sewing them together. And sewing them together, the video, I believe you've already seen that video, is really simple. And this really makes, I've had people ask me about sewing these arrows on the designs, the small white arrows. When you flip these over, when you flip these together to sew them together, those arrows make it perfection. I mean, I am by far not anywhere near a sewer. I do what I can, but yeah, most of the time I give it back to Melba and say, Melba, will you do this for me? And I managed to sew the two samples. The placement I did this, the first one I did, I sewed these together. And as we can see, there's not much of an issue with how they went together. So their instructions there were really good. The only thing I had problems with was their instructions for the back, which I don't know if you've seen that yet or not. Yeah, you've seen that too, where they have you sash it together with the matching back fabric on each piece. Like I said, for me, it was easier to cut batting to go between each section and then do one solid backing and then let Melba bind it. So we're gonna go to that in a minute. Let me get this one cut. And we're gonna give away obviously a pair of the duckbill scissors to the first answer. And we have some other designs to give away. So there are going to be some kind of mystery designs. But the big question of the day is, and for like I said, first prize, first answer gets the scissors. Who invented the first functional sewing machine? Not the patented it, the first functional sewing machine. So I figure this is a good one, and we have to thank our employees here for coming up with questions today. Because, of course, when you're put on the spot, you can't do it. We've tried. So, let's see. And obviously, you know I'm messy too, so I'm trying to control my disaster area today. Rotary cutter, also Floriani. Quilter Select, great, weighted. Some people it's too heavy. I like it because I have a tendency to put too much pressure down. So they are heavy weighted, but they cut like butter. So these are all cut. And as you saw in the video, you're just going to line up the arrows. You can even do it from the back here. You can line those arrows up, stick a pin through each one, or use wonder clips and sew right down that line where the tip of those arrows are. And when you unfold it, they will match perfectly. So this is one thing I really like because I can do this. Let's see. Oh, sorry, Marlene, that's not the correct answer. The first functional sewing machine. Okay. We also have, let's see, let's grab our trusty ironing mat here because there's another product I want to show you. For those of us that like to press everything, including pressing things in the hoop, we have the Panasonic. Move it over here so you can see it. The Panasonic cordless iron has steam, small footprint, and comes together really well. These sell on Amazon for $130 or better dollars. We have a very good deal on them on our website today, and I have one brand new one that we just. This one I've had for about a year. We've had the first one I think 3 or 4 years ago. Let's see what else we have. Obviously magnetic hoops. Any size magnetic hoop you want, let me know. We'll give you the best deal possible, and they're just amazing to use. We also have our, let's see if we can get the Here's the iron. This is the latest and greatest brand new version. We just took it out today. That's not the one I'm using. This one's still in the box. We have Luminaire extension tables. So anybody who likes to sew with their Luminaire and wants an extension table, you will not get a better price than this. We are normally like $399. I can guarantee you we are way below that because we got a bunch of them and we're ready to get rid of them. Also, everybody knows Greg and machine deal, so you need a machine, you know where to come. The double curved embroidery scissors, they're on the website on sale. Also, remember, we're to read the bottom of the screen. When you go to ishoptops.com/sale, you'll get a special code for the next 24 hours to get an extra discount. Let's see, what else do we got today? Okay, I think we're going to head back the other direction because we have one more video to watch, and then I will check back. Wrong direction. And then I will check back with you and see where everybody is. So we will switch back over. And we'll get you into video number 7, which is their binding tutorial. Another one for everybody to learn. And wow, we've had a lot of answers on the question for the sewing machine, and yet nobody has gotten it right yet. Simpler than you think. All right. Let's see what I'm doing here. Can you play the last bit again? So we're going to be turning over here to the joining your blocks or binding your quilt tutorial video. So here we go.
Let's go ahead and make your quilt binding. You'll have your strips of fabric already cut to 2.25 inches by the length indicated in the instructions. And what you'll do is you'll lay your first piece of fabric down right side up. You're going to put your next piece of fabric right side down near the top, and you want about 1/2 inch to overlap over each end. Next, you'll pin those in place. And what we'll be doing next is going to the sewing machine and sewing a line of stitches from this corner to that corner. You can eyeball it, but really there's no need when it's so easy to just mark it here. I'm using a heat erasable pen. You can use chalk or whatever marking pen you may have, and just get a straight edge from this corner to this corner. That gives me a line that I can see as I'm stitching to make sure it's nice and straight. Let's go over to the sewing machine and stitch those together. Okay, I have my binding fabric in my sewing machine. I'm getting ready to sew. Okay, I have my stitch line. I can go ahead and remove the pins. And then I'll show you how to complete that.
Okay, well, you've stitched all the binding pieces together. We're going to work on the back to press the seams open. First, I just like to, on the front, just give it a nice good finger press there. You'll flip it over and just get between those two seams. And you want to give it a nice good finger press. And then you'll come in with your steam iron, press the seams open, nice and flat. So you'll repeat that for all of the other seams on your binding piece. Okay, once you have your seams all pressed open with your binding, you're going to fold it in half lengthwise. And you're going to press as you fold. And use a steam iron to get a nice crisp fold. Once your binding is pressed, I like to just open up an end and then snip off the end at a diagonal. I then simply fold a little hem there, give it a press, some steam, and that will just make a finished end. You can go ahead and trim off that little tail.
Okay, now before we sew the binding on, I've cut a diagonal on one of my binding pieces, and then I've simply folded it down to give it a nice crisp edge, and then we'll go ahead and refold that piece. Now we're going to pin this piece to the front of our quilt. I start about 1/3 of the way down the end of my quilt and place a couple of clips in place, and I only clip the front of my quilt at this point. I'm sorry, I only clip down to the corner. I'm not even sure I was like show. Okay, we're ready to start tacking down the binding to our quilt. I've gone ahead and placed that folded edge of binding first. You are going to align it with the top edge of your quilt, with the raw edges at the top and the fold at the bottom. Just go ahead and clip one side, and I usually start at least halfway down the edge of the quilt with that piece.
So we're going to take it to the machine and sew these pieces together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. When you get to a 1/4 inch from the end of the quilt, you'll go ahead, lift your presser foot, stitch up to the corner. You'll want to raise your needle and your presser foot. And then we're going to fold the binding to the right. You'll want to align the raw edge of the binding with the raw edge of the quilt. And then you'll simply do a fold there, again aligning the raw edge of the binding with the raw edge of the quilt. Pivot your project to the right. And then you'll put your needle down about a 1/4 inch from the top and sides, and you'll continue to sew. That 1/4 inch seam allowance. And you'll continue this until you're almost to the end of your binding where the quilt first started. Okay, we have the binding stitched onto the front of our quilt. After that, you will simply fold that folded edge up into the back of your quilt. And next, we're going to show you how to attach the binding to the back. Once you have your binding stitched to the front of your quilt, we can go ahead and attach it to the back. In this video, I'm going to show you how to do that by hand. You'll pull the binding to the back of the quilt with the folded edge and clip it or pin it in place to hold it down. I've gone ahead and anchored the beginning of my thread through the underside or the seam allowance on the back. You want to pull that tight. And I like to do a hidden stitch, but you can go ahead and whip stitch it the whole way. To do the hidden stitch, I start again inside the seam allowance on the back of the quilt, and then I bring my needle up into the fold of the binding, and I go about 1/8 of an inch with my needle and pull that through. And my thread is going to hide in the binding. I'll then go ahead into the back side of the quilt in the seam allowance and take a couple of stitches, pull that through, and then once again I'll go up into the fold, the binding, and pull it out about 1/8 of an inch from where I started. I will go ahead and do this up until the point where I get to a corner, and we'll be back at that point to show you how to handle the corners. Okay, I've come to a corner. So what I'm going to do now is stop stitching 1/4 inch from the corner, and I'm going to fold the binding straight over into to cover the seam allowance. And I'm going to get a really nice mitered corner there. I'm going to put a clip in momentarily, and then I'll take my needle, I'll come up through toward the corner, a couple of stitches. And then I'll sew down to hold that corner in place. At that point, I'll just continue folding my binding, clipping it, and stitching it down by hand.